able to get finished, so your backlog will shrink. We're about to do the crazy thing that only we do. It's a month of endless sprinting from Koda. For you, our friends, and we will sprint 24 hours a day. So you can read your e-reader the whole month of May. KuKi, we're getting KuKi. It's time for KuKi Mayhem with all of your friends. KuKi, time to get KuKi. KuKi ends with an A-N. KuKi. KuKi Mayhem, grab your ebook and read it. We're getting KuKi. It's time for KuKi Mayhem with all of your friends. KuKi, time to get KuKi. KuKi ends with an A-N. KuKi Mayhem, grab your ebook and read it.
Hey, there we go. Okay. Technological. That was an awesome opening, wasn't it? Kind of got off to a bad start, but I figured it out, right? How is everybody? Welcome to KuKi Mayhem Sprints. I'm Courtney. I hope that you are having an amazing day. It is Monday, y'all. Okay, it is Monday, May the 19th. Y'all, time is dwindling. Okay, how are y'all in your books? Let me know. Why is this on the screen? I'm having all sorts of technical difficulties today of things popping up that are not supposed to be there. Anyway. How is everybody doing? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm running on an hour and a half of sleep, but you know what? That's okay. It was a good night. I worked, made some money. I got some reading done, and that was always fun. And I made it here. So there we go. Let's check in and see how you're doing. Good morning, Christina. Hello, hello. You are up late. So last night I worked night shift, right? So I caught off and on because, you know, I work in a hospital, so I'm kind of running around a lot. But I caught a lot of Nicole and Koda's sprints. And then I caught Miss Dee Dee this morning as well. Good time, good time. I saw lots of Christina last night. Girl, that insomnia is kicking your butt. I hope that you're getting some sleep. I think that you were on for most of the time that I popped in. So I hope that you get some good sleep today, okay? You need it, you deserve it, okay? You got to rest yourself so you can read some more books, right? Christina said, if you stop by the dining car, let us know what you had. Ooh, yum, yum, yum. What are people eating? Let me know. I love a good meal, okay? One of the things that I had last night, y'all, was some watermelon. Okay, yum, 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 yum. Let me know if anybody else likes watermelon. It has a lot of water in it, so I got some hydration as well as some good food. Okay, always a good time. Also, I had pasta with some tuna. Yum, 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 yum. Now I'm drinking some water. Make sure you're hydrated, okay? KuKi Spring Train. Yes, yes, yes. There we go. Good time, good time. I am also part of that. Um, I was just about to say I'm going to check to see who is next, but Jessica is going to be next. Okay, that's this Kiwi. So good time, good time at 4 p.m. So you're going to be with me if you're in and out and all that good stuff till about 4. So that's about a 6 hour. So we have a lot to do in that time. I want to get out of here just a little bit before 4 because I have some work stuff I got to do at 4. Okay. Christina says, KuKi. I'm not going to even try to sing that, y'all. But that says KuKi. Christina says, grab your ebooks, your water, and your meds. Do all of those things because they're all important. A cozy blanket or a fan. Yes, I got a nice cozy robe because I haven't gotten dressed yet. Favorite reading buddy and a positive attitude. It's time to get kooky. Get a kooky with it. Okay. Christina says, I love the flying through space theme going on. Yeah, it's kind of cute. I like it. Let me know if it makes you dizzy because I could definitely change it. Okay. But you know, I love to switch up the backgrounds here. Okay. You got that one. Let's see. That one. And then you got this one too. Did it change? Yeah, you got the green foliage. I kind of like that one. Let me show you what this is working with. Got options, okay? Let's see. Hello, Molly. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you doing? Welcome to the fold. 13 more days of KuKi. Yes, yes, yes. But remember, you know what? You can do KuKi all year long, okay? Make sure you read those ebooks. They're important for sure, especially if you got those indie authors in there and you pick up those books through the those Stuff Your Kindle days. You got a lot of little gems inside of there. So KuKi is going to jumpstart you, but don't forget it afterwards, okay? Because it'll roll back around. Hello, faithful duo. How are you doing today? A lovely host. Thank you very much. Bootcamp Readathon. Yes, there we go. Christina, thank you. So Bootcamp Readathon is going to be next month, y'all. Make sure you take a look at the announcement video. It's posted recently. You should be seeing some more stuff about Bootcamp Readathon, in the coming weeks. But it's a readathon that I will be hosting starting in June, all June long. Normally in January, but we're going to do June this year because, you're going to have some stuff going on. Should be a whole lot of fun, a lot of different things going on. Check out the announcement video. I'd appreciate it, okay? And there's some KuKi shorts. Gotta love it, y'all. Okay. Christina, I love it. You're coming through all the links. Thank you so much. You're the bestest. Bestest. Hey, Anna. Good morning. Hope everyone's having a great beginning of the week. I'll be working, so you're muted and reading Secrets of Malta in between calls. Ooh, that sounds like it might be fun. Okay, what is Secrets of Malta about? Okay. Sounds Italian. See, I do this as well when I'm at work because sometimes I get really busy and then other times I have lag time. So when I have lag time, I'll sit down with the phone, and then sometimes I'll carry it around like on my little computer and then mute it. But a lot of times, yes, I'm in a room with people, so I can't really hear the host because earphones just aren't always possible. So I do the little muted thing too. Thank you very much for the support. Much appreciated. Okay. There we go. Non-host participants there. You got a whole slew of stuff. Love it, love it, love it. Christina's on it. Okay. Hello to Molly and Anna and Faithful and lovely Kiana. How are you doing, Miss Lady? Welcome. What's up? What you up to? Are you going to work? Anna says, lovely Christina, as always, right? Kiana says hello to everybody too. Hey, Vanessa. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? A good day. Yep, I'm trying. I'm trying. You know, I worked last night. I got in this morning. I hopped into bed for a little bit and now I'm up. So, you know, that's how the day's been thus far, you know, trying to hydrate. And then I'm going to just redo this thing again tomorrow. So, you know, I'm looking forward to having a different schedule. The rest of the month, unfortunately, is kind of this way for me where I am kind of working every other day or working like 2 days and then off a day and then working again. So yeah, I don't like this. I don't get a chance to recuperate. That's one of the things about night shift. If you work, like if you work one day, you work 2 days, really. So it takes time to recuperate from that. But we're having a schedule where it's every other day. It's really every day. But you know what? I kind of did it to myself. You know, it'll change. That's one of the great things about that. Christina says, I will stay. Excuse me. I will still be working on my KuKi delusions through June and maybe July. You know what? There's some gems in there. You're good. You're good. Okay. It is okay. Okay. You will make it. We are here to support you. Okay. Christina says, good morning. Anna says hello as well. It's a faithful duo. Alicia says, good morning, Courtney. Happy Monday. I'm joining and reading Sunrise on the Reaping. Currently 288 of 382 and 94 pages. Okay. How are you enjoying Sunrise on the Reaping? Let me know. Actually, let me write down some of y'all books just in case I might want to take a look at them. You know what I'm saying? This is something I used to do all the time and I got away from it. I need to do that again. So Alicia is doing Sunrise on the Reaping. Let me know what y'all are reading in the chats. Let me know. Kiana is, work is coming up. Yep, that is definitely a thing. Definitely a thing, you know what I'm saying? We all have to do it, unfortunately. Where's that independent wealth? Okay, where's those lottery tickets? I need it. Swing says, howdy, everybody. Happy Devil's Food Cake Day. Ooh, that's always good. Yum, 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 yum. I want to know how it started being called Devil's Food Cake. Let me know. Happy World Family Doctor Day. Those are important for sure. And happy Plant Something Day. Okay, so I need to do some planting. I have some grow bags and I just have not done it yet, but that is something on the docket. I want to start a little small garden, throw some fruits and vegetables in the mix and hope that, I don't always have to go to the produce place, right? But actually, Family Doctors Day, I always think it's interesting when an entire family uses the exact same doctors, even as they grow up. Like in my little small town that I come from, I don't live there now. My sister has the same doctor that my mom had growing up. Some very antiquated practices, I think, that are still going on that, I encourage my sister actively to get another doctor. I'm just going to be honest. Just because mom used them don't mean you have to. So just keep that in mind there, okay? I'm just going to send this link to my mother. She likes to attend every now and then. Mama does not text or type really on the phone, but she can click on a link like a mug, okay? So we're going to send that to Mama right there. Don't be afraid to get your family in on these readathons, okay? If they're readers. My mom is a reader, but definitely not the same things I do. Anyway. Hello, Olivia. How are you doing today? Welcome. Christina says hello. Lots of welcoming everybody to the chats. Yeah, that's fact, right? Alicia says, I like this one better than I did Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Oh, is this a sequel to that? I have heard of that, but I haven't read it. I couldn't even remember what it was about. I looked it up a long time ago, but I can't even remember. Let me know. Hello. Christina says the audio of Finale by Stephen Garber came in this morning on Libby. So that's where I will be starting today. I have never heard of Finale. No, actually, that does sound familiar. Is that in a series? For some reason, I'm thinking it's like a dark title. I don't know. That sounds familiar. I'm thinking of I'm just writing this down, y'all. I'm thinking of a title in my head and trying to figure out if that's what I'm looking up. Hold up. Let me look this up. Finale by yes, this is exactly what I was thinking in my head. I was thinking of like a dark title and I couldn't remember if there was a line underneath it. But anyway, yes, so Finale. Don't know what that's about, but this is the book that I keep hearing. Caraval series. That's it. Okay. Caraval. Third and final book in this Caraval series. Okay. I have not read anything in that series. It was on my list when I first got into BookTube, and for some reason I took it off. I'm not exactly sure why, but I remember that being written down as one of those series that people were talking about. Faithful says hello to Kiana. Everybody's continuing their hellos. Olivia's listening to Malice by John Gwynne. Okay. How is that going for you? Gwen, I can't spell, but that's okay. Y'all, I'm like writing John Gwynne very weird. Okay. Faithful says hello to Alicia and Anna. Everybody says hello. Say hello to Anna. Awesome. Alicia says, sort of, it is the same universe, but Ballad and Songbirds and Snakes is about President Snow. That's what it was. Okay, the Hunger Games series. Okay. Sunrises on the Reaping is Haymitch's story. Ooh, Haymitch is getting a story. Okay, I liked Haymitch. Okay. I didn't realize there was so many books out there on this. I always say movie because that's how I was introduced to the whole Hunger Games series. And then later on, I found it was a book. There's so many movies out there based off these books that you don't really know until, it comes out and the people start talking about it. It'd be nice to kind of get in on a show that you've already read the books on. Because I'm not much of a reader of the book / movie, but if I saw the movie, I probably won't read the book. But if I read the book and then the movie comes out, there's more of a likelihood that I'll go ahead and watch it. So it'd be nice to kind of get in on that first and then see it adapted. I would be very much more interested that way. But it's good to compare them and see how they compare, be like, oh, they did this pretty good, do it proud, like, not Hunger Games. What is that? The 50 Shades of Grey. I read all of those books multiple times, I will say. And then they made the movie come out. And of course you go to watch the movies. Okay. Yeah, the movies I didn't think were that great. So, but it was nice to have read the books and then do the comparison. I was already up in the game, for that. So let me know if any of y'all have delved into the 50 Shades of Grey back in the day, Alicia says, yet is the Caraval series, Caraval, Legendary, and Finale. Okay, there we go. Well, are y'all ready for a sprint? Ready for a sprint. Okay. We're going to do an hour and a half because that's what the timer says. And then we'll decrease from there. Okay. So let me go ahead and share my KuKi timer with y'all. It's a cool one, if I say so. Koda and Nicole did a great job with all the graphics for this. Didn't have to do much on my own, so I like that. So we have an hour and a half, and I will be, I gotta film something real quick, and then I shall be reading, what am I reading here? what's this book called? Oh, it's called My Grandfather's Inheritance, The Fox. Pretty good. We'll talk about that later because I definitely have some things that I have to add on about that one. So, Alicia says, I read 50 Shades and I want to read it from his perspective. You know what? Okay. Let's take that one off. Okay. Okay. Here's my thing on that one. I appreciate that perspective because I know when you get to the last book, it starts, kind of repeating. And I like that idea, but then I kind of feel like repeating the series. I'm not a rereader, so that's the reason I didn't continue. And I know she redid the series in Christian's perspective. It just kind of, I don't know. I guess I just didn't want to revisit. But I did read that at the end of the book when it had him going all the way up until the, was it at the drugstore or did he go for the pictures part? Up until the drugstore. But I don't want to revisit, but I would be curious how it panned out. I kind of wish she would have kind of just like did a synopsis from there, like an overall synopsis and then kind of extended the story out a little bit. But it is nice to get a book from two different perspectives. I just wish it would have been more, I don't know, within the book. I'm trying to figure out how to say that. Like at the end of each books, I think it's probably would have been more enjoyable for me that way instead of rereading the whole series again. But I think because it did so well, I think the idea of repeating the series, I think, is an interesting concept from his perspective. I don't think I've ever seen an author attempt to rewrite a series completely in the whole new set of books, from that. So way back, and when the movie came out, I said, nah, if I read the book, I won't watch the movie and vice versa. Okay. Yeah, see, if I read the book and enjoyed it, I will watch the movie at some point. I'm not like running to go and see the movie. But yes, if I already had the movie, I'm definitely not going to read the book because the book takes so much longer to read. So I feel like I already did that. But a movie is only like 2 hours, 3 hours nowadays. I could do that, but I'm not going to be like running to do it, But the movies themselves, after the first one, I was not impressed, but I felt like I had to continue, Swank is reading The Pied Piper. Swank, Pied Piper of Undead. Ooh, okay. That sounds very interesting. Let me know what that is about. That's an interesting title, The Pied Piper of the Undead. I'm with you on that one, though, just the title alone. I tried to read it again a few years ago, and I didn't like 50 Shades. Yeah, I mean, for the time and the momentum that 50 Shades had, was it overly exciting? Like, compared to the books that I read now, 50 Shades was like a little cakewalk, okay? But it had its time and its place, and for what it was, and the free books I had access to then compared to what I had now, it was okay. But it wasn't like overwhelmingly. Like I can't say I read that for the BDSM, you know what I'm saying? Alicia says it's like what Stephanie Meyer did with Twilight, Bella's perspective, and Midnight Sun, Edward's perspective. See, I didn't even know that existed because Twilight was another one that I didn't know there was books about it till I saw the movie. I did read some of my niece's book, first one for the Twilight series. And I'm like, the movie's so much better. So I didn't even bother to venture in, you know what I'm saying? Same events of what happened. Yeah, I don't like revisiting that in a whole nother series because I'm like, I already did that, show me what you need in this book at the time. 50 Shades was written as a fanfic of Twilight. I always want to go and read both series just to compare it. That would be very interesting. If you do, let me know. I'd be curious. Switch out vampires and werewolves. And there's some fun stuff. I like people with unique creativity, in that aspect. So Faithful has a policy because of Angel's ashes. I was so upset when they took out so much of the book, especially important moments. That's when I learned that it's a common thing. Interesting. I've never heard of Angel's Ashes. Angela's Ashes. Okay. But you know what? I feel like that's how it is, though. You can't always include everything. Books tend to be more detailed. So I'd rather get that detail first, and then switch to the movie. And then I'm looking for certain things versus going from a movie to a book and spending a whole lot of times thinking, oh, we already went over this. And then also being disappointed that these little details are missing or are glossed over when, in reality, in these movies, things go quick. So I always think it's just better to read the book first if you're going to kind of double dip. But, you know, Alicia says, I like Midnight Sun because Edward's perspective, because you have this ability to read minds and you get pieces of Alice's visions. Yeah, I've heard a lot of things about Alice that people are all like, I was wondering why people were all just in love with Alice when the movie came out, where in actuality, I'm like, she had a role and pivotal role, but it wasn't like she was shown overwhelmingly a lot in the movies. And I think it's because so many people read the books and knew so much more about her. And so I feel like when Twilight came out, there was a lot that was missing. I could glean based off what people were saying because they were talking so much about all the other characters, and I didn't really get that in the movies. But for what it was, I'm like a casual enjoyer of some of these movies. Then I was fine with where it was, you know what I'm saying? Angela's Ashes by Frank McCourt. It's a really good book. Tis the next one. Oh, see, it's always something new. Always something new. All right, y'all, let's get to this sprint here, okay? So we got an hour and 30 minutes on the docket. Enjoy, get some pages read, get some breakfast, and get some tea. That's what I need to go do, okay? And we are going to get to the next sprint. Happy reading, y'all. And that was the sprint there. How did everybody do on that sprint? Let me know. Let me know. Let me just back this timer. We're going to do a 45 next. So I'm just going to go ahead and put this at the timer part. Save some time later. And there we go. Okay. So let me know how that sprint was for you. I got a little snack. Nothing to eat though. I got a drink right here with some grapes. So I guess I did have something to eat. Just a little like energy drink and seltzer and some grapes in there. Keeping it simple. Got dressed, obviously. I did a little filming, a little segment for another booktuber. Talked to my mother. Mi madre was just on the phone. I'm gonna call her back on the next sprint too. And got some reading done. That's a first for me on the first sprint. Already in good time, right? So that was my first sprint. Okay, so let me know how your sprint went. Okay, so Christina said we're talking about Alice's background. Okay, so we were talking about movies and books and adaptations and things like that. So we're talking about Twilight. Obviously, I guess, had books, and there was more in the books about the characters than you saw in the movies. And a lot of people were referencing a lot more about the characters that I wasn't aware of. And that's when I realized that there was some books behind it. And Christina is saying that you see more cut out of Alice's backgrounds in the movies. Yeah. And I think it's because, they're concentrated more on Edward and Bella than on, Alice and the other characters too. So, oh, hold on. Let me write a comment. I take notes when I'm reading. And so I was just writing a note about my book. So I didn't want to forget it. It's one of those key things, right? Okay, so Alicia said James Who Hunts Bella, Alice was one of, hold up. Yes, James Who Hunts Bella, Alice was one of his victims. Oh. Okay, see, learn some new stuff, right? Faithful Duel says, happy sprint. Bundt cakes. Ooh, I have not made a bundt cake in a long time. I grew up with bundt cakes. So yum. When I met my husband, he had no idea what a bundt cake was. I had to explain it. And I'm like, it's just one of them round cakes with a hole in the middle. Okay, it's a specialty pan for it. But really good. I like bundt cakes a lot. Okay. Just one of those things I grew up with. So it just sticks to me. Some people are just like, nah, you're missing cake. I'm okay with that. There is a company called Nothing Bundt Cake, with the BUNDT. They want a lot of money for these little bundt cakes. Okay. And I'm just like, I can get a whole big bundt cake in the store for still about half the price than you want for one of those little small ones. And they're always coming to my job and setting up in the lobby as like a specialty shop. And I'm like, no, I'm not paying $7 for that little small novelty cake. It's not that great, but cake is cake, but still bundt cake is always good. I like those that have, like my mother-in-law always gets the ones that has like the 4, you buy them at the grocery store. They have the 4 different kinds. And those are always fun to have. I take a little sliver of each. I think there's lemon. There's some sort of like glaze. There's chocolate. And then I forgot the other one. I forgot, but it's delicious. It's delicious. Dee Dee is shimmying in. Thank you for shimmying in. And also, Dee Dee, thank you very much for letting me know that the timer had stopped earlier. I don't know if y'all noticed my little stealth action where I went in and sped up the timer about 20 minutes, but I was in the background trying to handle some stuff. And the timer, it's a computer, they don't work all the same. My computer was like, no, girl, you need to slow down. So I closed all the tabs. So now I'm one stop. I was trying to show some support, to some other booktubers, and yeah, it wasn't. The computer wasn't trying to have that. Okay, but thank you very much for letting me know. Okay, feel free to babysit me anytime that I need to. Okay, sometimes we need that. Dee Dee sectioned out Malice by John Gwynn, and we'll start that tomorrow. 88 pages per day. Ooh. How long is this book? I know it's a bigums. I do know that. Okay. So Dee Dee is going to start Malice. Okay, so you're reading that with Olivia. Isn't that like a buddy read or something you're doing? Let me know. Cherie says, hey, Courtney, chat, just got back from walking the dog and finishing my Audible original, Going to Start Brain Damage by Frida McFadden. Okay. That sounds like it's probably going to be interesting when, Frida be doing some stuff. Okay. She be putting those little thriller things and giving you some stuff up at the end, okay? I'd be like, okay, Frida McFadden. And get some housework done before my work meeting. Okay. Well, it looks like you are gearing up for a productive day, okay? Molly says, working on finishing I Am Princess X. As well as Kingdom Submerged. Oh, you are going to be busy. I Am Princess X and Kingdom Submerged. I don't know what any of these books are about. Feel free to tell me if y'all want to, okay? I'm all for it. I normally look up some of these books, by the way. I write them down, and when I remember, if I don't know them, I look up them after sprints to see if I want to add to my TBR. So if you want to try to convince me, I'm all for it, okay? Molly says, make that a language of ghosts. Okay. A language of ghosts. Okay, I'm okay with that one. Tell me about that one too. Never heard of it. Will do. Let's see. Lynn says, good morning. Hello, Lynn. How are you doing? Hey, Sadia, how are you doing as well? Anna says, hello to Dee Dee, Molly, and Sadia. Yeah, that was the timer. Yeah. I had no idea, right? Yep. I just kind of fast forwarded. Paula says hi to everyone and popping in the hug the like button. Thank you very much, Paula, for coming on by. I think you're going to be starting to sprint too. Paula's going to be sprinting sometime today. Faithful Duo should be finished at 58. Yep, there we go. That was me. Yep. Faithful Duo says it sounds like you haven't seen Paula in a minute. I've seen Paula in and out. I feel like more I've been missing than other people, but I try to pop in when I can, y'all. Hey, Jean, stopping by to say hello before getting ready to go to lunch. I hope lunch is delicious. Where are you going to go? What you going to have? Do share, please. Paula says, I did mean to return for the rest of game night, but when Wyatt fell asleep on me, I fell asleep too and got to get them snuggles in when I can. That's true. When the kiddos are calm and quiet, you need to take advantage of that, okay? So I understand getting a little shut-eye, okay? Molly says cake is out of the oven and lunch is reheated. Okay, you sounding like you're about to have some goody. What's lunch? Let us know. Faithful says, of course, Paula, snuggles are life. That is true. That's true, y'all. Hug your babies tight, okay? That's the best time you get them. Molly says 25% into the language of ghosts. Okay, that works. You are in there, okay. Molly said, oh, what happened? Molly says, holy moly, look at you go. Where are you going? What are you referring to? What's going on? Oh, me changing the timer, probably. Yes, I finally saw it, right? Livia said, I talked with my son, printed some homework for his Trinity exam, and read some more of Malice. I'm on chapter 5. Okay. Well, there you go. You're in there. You're making a dent, okay? What do they say? How do you eat an elephant? A little small piece at a time? Although I do not recommend or condone eating elephants. I will say that, okay? Let's change that to cake, because I could definitely eat a whole cake, and I have done that, okay? I don't recommend that either, but it's definitely delicious. Molly says, I see them on DoorDash, but wow, they are expensive. Oh yeah, those nothing but cakes. Who does DoorDash for nothing but cakes? I'm telling y'all, I think this whole DoorDash culture, and there's always something new popping up. It's just, I don't know. There's a time and a place. That's just not me. Okay. I think I'm just cheap. Maybe that's the case. But I have a car. I drive everywhere else. So I'm like, if I want food, I'm going to go pick it up. But I understand for people that maybe transportation's an issue, or if you live in like a big city where delivery's like a norm. But that's not where I live at. And I'm just like, I'm paying these people. The service fees are a few bucks, and then you got to tip. I'm like, I could get a whole another item for that and still tip a few at the restaurant if I'm so inclined. Yeah. And then food. Yeah. Some of this food can get expensive. I've seen some menus where I felt that it was more expensive on the like takeout type DoorDash, whatever menu, Grubhub and stuff, than if you look at the regular menu. But just not my thing there. I feel like I shouldn't probably eating out anyway. So going to get it, it's kind of like my penance for choosing to eat out. I Am Princess X is by Cherie Priest. It's a story about best friends that create a superhero comic called Princess X. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Is that like middle grade? I was going to say juvenile fiction, but I guess the same thing. Is that middle grade or YA? Dee Dee says hello to Anna. Molly says something happens to one of them and the other friend tries to find the truth. Mostly novel, but includes some comic spreads. Okay, so it's a mixed media. Okay, I get you. Yeah, definitely sounds kind of young, but it depends on the content there. Molly says Language of Ghost is middle grade fantasy by Heather Fawcett. Okay. Look at you go, your long list of what you did during the spring. Oh, yeah. I mean, I try to include things, because I could definitely procrastinate. I'm trying to be better in this whole procrastination thing and get things done. And especially since I work night shift, I'm trying to be more productive during the day. Because, I sleep during the day on days that I am working. So that takes out some time from the other things that I need to do. So I need to be more productive whenever I am, and I try to be productive at work too. That's one, at least good thing about night shift is that you have a little bit more time to yourself and you're not ripping and running as much some days, because some days are crazed. But it allows me to kind of think. So if I can take something to work, or, reading, I do quite a bit of my reading at work, which is nice. Fit it in when I can, then that actually does help me out. So, things like that. So there we go. By the way, if you are a middle grade reader, there is a booktuber. Her name is Chatty. Let me see if I can find it right here. I just want to recommend. This is one of my favorite booktubers. She's just a sweet, beautiful person. Chatty. I want to get her name right. So I want to show her channel some love. If y'all go ahead, but she is very much into middle grade. Okay, so if you're a middle grade person, I would highly suggest that you. Let me share a channel. Oh, hold up. I would very much suggest you subscribe to her channel. Where do I just, there we go. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let me go ahead and close this out before. Check out. I don't want my computer to start acting up, so I chose that channel. Paste. There we go. Okay. So if you were into middle grade, this is the booktuber, in my opinion, to go ahead and check out. Okay. This is Chatty. She is all things middle grade. She loves it. She's very much into fantasy. So I mean, she reads a little bit of everything, but very much into fantasy, and she has just tons of fantasy middle grade recommendations all the time. She, she's all for like people's rights and just fair and equality in the world. She's in the UK. Just a awesome person, if you ask me. And she does a readathon called Journeyathon, which is a middle grade readathon. I'm not exactly sure. It's in the summertime, but I don't know if she's putting it on this year. No, she has a lot of things going on. But either way, great booktuber to check out. Beautiful books. Every book she picks up on her shelf is just amazing. So just go ahead and check it out when you get a chance. Tell her I said hi. Okay. Okay, where are we at in the chats? Okay, so Molly said A Kingdom Submerged. I can't say much about because I didn't get far. Okay, well, you got a few books that you're going between. Okay, are you normally a person that does like a multitask when it comes to books? Molly says DoorDash is expensive. Yeah, it is. It can be. It can be. A lot of those apps are expensive. You pay for convenience. That is how it's always been. You pay for that convenience. I don't want to pay it. I'm one of those people that I am okay with inconveniencing myself to a certain extent for a fair price or for a discount. Some people are just like, I got to be comfortable no matter what, and all that stuff. I live in a world that makes me uncomfortable to a certain extent quite often. It's the nature of life, right? So I'm okay with inconveniencing myself a bit for something that benefits me. And that's fine. Okay. It's not a big deal. You got to choose your battles. Okay. So if I can save a few dollars with how hard I work, then I'm okay with saving those few dollars to put it towards something else. And that's okay. I'm already out in them streets driving around. I might as well go get that food. You know what I'm saying? It's like the grocery store. Many people love to do the Instacart and things like that and get groceries delivered. I want to see what's out there. I want to see what the stores are working with. So I'm going to go. I have no desire whatsoever to get my food delivered. I'm not a huge clothes shopper, fashion. This is just not my thing. I mean, I look cute. Don't get me wrong. But, I don't shop very often, but food shopping, I thoroughly enjoy. Okay. It irritates my husband sometimes because he's like, you're taking a long time. Then I'm like, don't go. That's my sweet spot anyway. It's like listening to my books. I'm okay with doing that. Okay. I'm okay with taking a long walk and listening to this book and walking around the block 3 times. I would prefer to do that alone. I'll pick you up on the third lap. That's the same thing with the grocery store. I'm okay with going alone. Okay. Just be there when I call you because I'm around the block so you can take these groceries out the car. That's it. So no problems here. Okay. Molly said, I would say I am Princess X is away. Okay, that sounds about right. Okay, well, I hope that you enjoyed that. And there's Chatty's channel. Make sure y'all check her out. Show her some love. She deserves it. Molly says, thank you. I went and subbed. Awesome. Yeah, you'll like her. She does a good time. And she has like all these little TBR games and all of this stuff. And then her little gimmick at the beginning, because she doesn't edit very much on her computer. So she has like a little gimmick instead of like the intro. So that's always fun to watch though. Molly said, yes, I go back and forth between books. Okay. Do you do like audios or something like that? Where it's like one's an audio, one's like a graphic, one's like a regular traditional. Like some people mix between books because they're different, genres or different presentations, and other people just, everybody's different, Like if you're reading a long book, maybe you can read like a chapter a day and pace yourself. And other books you just read through, Alicia says, I got a snack and made it to page 349 of the 82. Almost finished. Good job, Miss Alicia in Sunrise on the Reaping. Okay. Let us know what that snack is too. Molly says uncomfortable often. You know what? It is life, okay? Tis life. No use complaining too much, okay? I have a little bit of time to complaining. I find that if I catch myself complaining too much, I need to stop and reevaluate what I'm doing, okay? You can't complain your way through life about any and everything. I remember there was a coworker of mine that told me a long time ago. He said, "What's the use in complaining? Nobody wants to hear it anyway." And that is so true. It's so true. Like imagine, like think of this, right? Imagine, okay, you know how you ask somebody, "Hey, how's your day?" Right? Or is everything okay? You always expect them to be like, "Yeah, everything's cool," or "Okay, I'm good." Imagine them saying, "No, life sucks," and just like, "What are you doing?" Like you'll be like, "I shouldn't have asked," right? Most people don't want to hear your complaints. Like even at work, like the people I work with, um, not everybody, but some people just like to talk. I mean, I like to talk too, don't get me wrong. But after a while, it's just tired of talking about myself. Let's just read some books, you know? But some people just like to talk. So, and they don't ask you questions. And this was especially true at my previous job. Didn't really ask me. And I noticed that. I'm like, these people, they engage me in conversation to talk about what they want to talk about. And they don't even ask me about like reciprocal questions or anything. So I just stop. If I feel generous, I will talk to you and ask questions. But other times I just listen. I'm not I'm not going to offer my opinion about stuff, you know. It's like everybody shows pictures about things in the office. I haven't shown near one picture about anything about myself in the office, and nobody has asked, but I've seen plenty of kids and spouses and stuff. So that just goes to show you don't really need to see those things about me. So if they ask, I'm going to deny. At this point, whatever. Uncomfortable? Yes. Faithful says, if we had those mobility scooters in the supermarkets like in the US, I'd happily go out to shop. Those are kind of fun, right? But you know what? Here's the thing, okay? You have to have a certain amount of coordination. This don't have it, okay? I work in a hospital. Don't ask me to be pushing people's beds around because I be like bumping walls and saying excuse me with patients all day. That's why the backside of the hospital, the walls are like scuffed and stuff because we are trained in clinician stuff, clinicals, not in how to drive things. We have some people in the hospital that are trained in that, okay? They need to come over, okay? Because your girl be bumping patients against the walls, okay? Luckily, some of them are comatose, okay? So the supermarkets, yeah, I see people running over stuff. Did y'all recently hear, maybe not in the UK, there's a story going around. I need to see a checkup on it because last week I was looking at it. In the US, there's a woman who was on a mobility scooter with two kids. One's like a toddler and one was like a baby or something. And apparently she was like, she don't even need it. She said that the kids apparently wanted to be on it and thought it would be fun. So she's like bumping into aisles, running over the one little kid's legs, right? But the whole point really of the story was that she accused this guy of trying to take the child, like the little, I think 1 or 2 year old, right? Now, just the story, it was a white lady on the scooter with the white kids, and then it was a brown guy. I think he was like Indian or Pakistan or something. But all of this was caught on videotape. Apparently he was asking her for Tylenol and she was pointing him in the right direction. And then you kind of see him kind of pick up the kid a little bit, but then put him back. And then he left and he talked to several people in the store, including coming back to speak with her. Everything looked very kind of copacetic. But then a few days later, they arrest him saying he's trying to kidnap the child. All of this is caught on tape. There's no sound, but it's just a very interesting story. Meanwhile, like I said, she's in this mobility scooter. That's where this story came from. You know, I like tangents. Like basically running into things. Very interesting, right? I don't know, y'all. Very interesting. We'll see how it all pans out. But apparently they're holding the guy in jail. That's not okay. Let's see. Anna says, still here while working. Haven't been able to read because my last call lasted more than an hour. Ooh, An hour. That's a long time talking. Okay. Well, hopefully everything got panned out with that phone call. Sometimes you need those phone calls, okay? Molly says, not a pattern, but I'll listen to audio whenever I can find them. Physical, not so much because I'm old enough to need large print. I need that sometimes. I need that. If a book has large print at my library, I will get that, okay? I moved to a new area and I've not tested the library, hence boot camp readathon, y'all, next month. There is a prompt on there to go to the library, and I will definitely be doing that and checking out to see if they, have some large print on books, because eyes, yeah. But you also have those little magnifiers that you can, do that with and all. So don't be afraid to get those. I have one or two. Alicia says, it's an interesting read. I like this more than Ballad. We will see what happens in the last 40-ish pages. Almost there. So close. Keep going. Keep going. Molly says, you're right about complaining. I just hate that life can be harder on some than others. So I give hugs. All hugs appreciated. You got to keep going. There's no point in sitting down. I think that's also what makes it very harder for some people as well, that you have resilience a whole lot more, and people don't like that sometimes. I feel like sometimes the more resilient you are, the more people think that you can take and throw more your way. It's like, and then you snap and they wonder where that came from. Okay. Faithful says, imagine you bumping people into walls. Girl, I'm not the best driver either. I do what I need to do, but that's why when we drive at night, my husband, I don't even attempt to get my car keys, okay? I mean, I'm functional. I do what I gotta do, but I am not the, you know how you have to walk and chew gum, I was an adult before I learned to do that good. I'm like an 8 out of 10. If you give me something, I'm going to drop it type person. I understand who I am. You have to know if you're that clumsy individual. I have accepted that. Okay. I'm not as much of a danger to other people as I used to be. It's how it is. I married someone that is very similar that way. So we are a danger to each other sometimes, but we've worked it out. You know what I'm saying? Molly says to Faithful, and when they run out of battery, that's true. You don't want to get stuck, right? Oh, they do not want to move easily. Pushing them is difficult. Yeah, you got to watch out, man. Watch out, watch out. Keep that extra battery pack or keep that cell phone. I'm stuck. Faithful Duel says, gosh, Molly. I'm going to Comic-Con next Sunday. Oh, that'll be interesting. And my daughter reserved a scooter for me. Pray for me if they're that hard. Hopefully it won't be that bad, okay? But I'm sure there's other people around to help you out, okay? I remember once there was I don't even know what this was. I'm assuming it was some sort of like tour. And there was these people on all these mobility scooters, right? And they had like dinosaurs like on top of them. Like it looked like an inflatable. I don't know exactly what it was. I was just sitting there at a park, and all of a sudden there's like all these people. It was like 8 people, maybe even 10. But anyways, a lot of people in these mobility scooters zooming by with these dinosaurs, inflatables or something, like on the scooter on the top. It was like, is this a dinosaur scooter parade? It was very interesting. Apparently that's a thing, but I thought it was fun. I was like, where can I do that? But you got to do what you got to do. Get around as best as you can, okay? Just be safe for yourself and for others, okay? If you know that you have issues with motorizing and coordination, just take a wide berth around people, okay? Keep it classy, okay? Classy and safe. And charged, yes, and charged. Molly says, I have no words for that story. It makes me sick. Yeah, unfortunately, it is not the only one. There's always an example, but that's the latest one that I have heard. So we shall see. But that's the story I was keeping track of up until I started working a lot more. So we'll see how that pans out. But it does not look as crazed as what she stated it was. So I don't know, but it's all caught on tape. I hate that things have to be caught on tape for people to believe your stories, but that's, how it goes. But apparently, they're still trying to fight it and say that there was something nefarious going on and that he tried to kidnap the kid. I don't know. I don't know. She didn't seem bothered by it initially on the tape. Neither did the other people. Faithful says it will be charged as it's not the supermarket one where they don't seem to monitor them. Yeah, and hopefully in better condition. You don't want where you're going straight and it has needs a wheel alignment, that would be bad. Dee Dee says, I know what story you're talking about. I believe the child fell and he picked them up. Yes, he was saying that the child was like falling and he thought the child was about to fall off. It was like a 1-year-old or 2-year-old, maybe a 1. Yeah, and he said the child was looking like he was falling. He grabbed the kid out of safety. And then she kind of grabbed him. And when she kind of tugged back, then he let the kid go because he was like, okay, he's in good hands. But she claims he tried to kidnap the kid. I just am like, you let this man go all around the store. He talked to people. It wasn't, and he even talked to her again and said, thank you for telling me with the Tylenol. She's like, yeah, so I don't know. Just crazy story. I don't know what, girl, this world. Hold your babies tight, y'all. Hold your babies and your family members tight. And your babies can be of any age, but hold them tight and give them a big hug before they leave out the door, because there's no telling what shenanigans they're going to encounter when they leave out of it, okay? That's why I stick to myself, okay? Faithful says, so was the man actually trying to take the child, or they're making false accusations? I mean, I wasn't there. I view it as a false accusation based off the video that catches every single part of it. But they're trying to say he tried to kidnap the kid. So I don't know. I'm like, what purpose? I don't know, girl. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Here's the thing. We're dealing with the American court system. I would never want to be at the mercy of the American court system here, American justice system. I would never. No matter what, whether it's a traffic ticket or whether it's some other higher crime. I believe in justice. I want to believe in justice. I want to believe that the justice system is just. I have plenty of examples to show that that is flawed. I would never want to put my fate in a jury of my peers. You know what I'm saying? I watch a lot of true crime. I'm going to leave it at that. Molly says, I signed up for boot camp already. Looking forward to it. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Good time. Boot camp readathon, y'all. Doesn't match my outfit, but there we go. Put my hat there. I should put a little emblem on here, right? I used to have my rank. This is my old uniform. I should have my rank on there. But anyway, gonna be a fun time, y'all. Get your I can't speak today. Get your excuse me, TBRs together, and should be a good time. I'm gonna give you another link. I know Christina dropped it earlier, but let me go ahead and drop it one more again, just in case you missed it. But we're on KuKi this month, so make sure y'all are reading your KuKi stuff. And I'll say this: if you have any things that are left over from KuKi that you didn't get to, just go ahead and add that to your TBR for next month, and you already know what you're going to be reading. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have any holdovers. I will say that. I'm pretty good about clearing my TBR and adding some stuff in the mix. So, but you never know. You never know. But I thank anybody for joining. It's going to be a good time. Discourse should get a little bit busy later on, but be a good time. False allegations. Yes, in my opinion. Molly says, Faithful, I think you have definitely spoken the truth about the scooter. You'll have to come back and tell us about your fun. Exactly. Let me know you decked it out. Pimp my ride, right? You can do that. That should be a fun time too. Hey, get around the best you can. Like I said, just watch out for other people, okay? Christina got to 16%. Awesome. Okay, good job. Keep going. Christina is reading Finale, part of the Caraval series. Okay, I got you. See, I got you. Loving the flowers. Thank you very much. Summer's coming. You know, I like to do some stuff. Loving the flowers. Thank you. Thank you. It also covers up like, my hair's a mess, y'all. A mess. Okay. I need to figure out what to do with it. Okay. It's functional for work, but outside of that, I'm like, woo-hoo. Molly says, woo-hoo. Happy time zone. There we go, Kelly. Thank you very much. What are you reading? Taking a break from editing to drop in and hit the like button. Much appreciated. Much appreciating. And I hope that editing goes quickly because I know it could be a chore. Okay. I do it. I know it. That's one of my booktube goals, is to try to figure out how to get editing to go quicker, because it seems like it's been slowing down. I was trying to give myself 30 minutes to an hour max for a video, and it has not been working very well. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Faithful Duel said it's so bad. Yeah. Oh, that's so bad. It happens. Excuse me. I saw them last year when we went. I had a manual wheelchair, but I want my daughter to be free to run around and do what she wants. Scooters do offer good flexibility with moving around. I will say that. So if you're able to, you know, I know sometimes it just doesn't work with everybody based off just body movements and dexterity and all that stuff. But if you can, they actually do help. And what's really nice, though, is that they have come a long way when it comes to, trying to think of the word, mobility options. Is that what I'm trying to say? It's come a long way with that. Okay. Even wheelchairs too, because even working in a hospital, like I remember wheelchairs being like the metal contraptions with the foot pedals and the big wheels. There are so many different types of wheelchairs, some really cool ones and colorful ones and stuff like that. So you know what, if you have need for things that help you move, I'm telling you, it's a good time to be I'm always tongue-tied for words. It's just you have good options. That's basically what I'm saying. Okay. People have been looking out for you. There's a lot of representation that's better than it used to be. So, you know, you want some color to your chair or something like that, or a cool scooter. There you go. Okay. Here is the Bootcamp Readathon announcement in case you missed it. Want to check it out, see if it's something for you. It's going to be a good time. Don't be daunted, by the way, by it's boot camp and thinking it's a bunch of physical and exercise and things like that. Boot camp is a lot more than just that. So just take a look at it. Anybody can participate, okay? Hello, Nikki. How are you doing? I like the idea of knocking down books in KU. Definitely, definitely. How many books have y'all read thus far, by the way? I think I am. Let me see. I was looking at this the other day. How many books have I gotten off my list? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have gotten 8 books off my list thus far. I put a total of 10, but it's really going to be 11 because one of the books, I found that there's I put the second book on the list, but it's actually a first book to it. So I'm going to read book 1 and 2. So there we go. And then I have another readathon that I put 1 book for. So picking them up, knocking them down, y'all. Good time to get some books off the list. I don't have a whole lot of books, so I see a difference. But if you're one of them people that got like 100 or 300 or 1,000 books, you know, chop, chop, chop. You have plenty of readathons throughout the year, and this one definitely repeating. So plenty of time to knock some books off the list, okay? Nikki says, able to join today because I was off work. Yay! That's awesome. Thank you. I normally am not a Monday sprinter, but I work tomorrow, so, you know, won't be able to sprint. So I changed it, but I'm glad to be able to participate. Generally, I am a spectator. Oh, there we go. Bootcamp Readathon. Christina, you come through with all the emojis and stuff. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Too many TBR books on my Kindle. Just pick a few. You know what? How do you eat cake? One slice at a time, okay? Or put two. You can put two on a plate. I won't judge. Nikki Larkins, I know, right? Oh, there's the sprint chain. There we go. There we go. Yay for the day for Nikki. I know, right? Take your time. Take your time. I know I say or I know right all the time, right? Jessica is next. We're going to go at 4 p.m. So we'll be getting off a little bit before and make sure in time. One thing about the KuKi MAYhem sprint chain is that it will automatically direct you, so you don't have to worry about going ahead and click over. But just make sure you save that URL just in case it does not, okay? Molly said, it's horrible if I confess that I have read like 2 from my KuKi TBR and a bazillion others. I mean, I would like you to read more because I'm trying to help you out. But you know what? You have downsized 2. That's better than nothing. But you know what? See if you can get some more in there, you know, see if you can get some more. But I want you to enjoy your reading no matter where it comes from. But if you can get, you know, a little bit more in there and knock off some of those in that KuKi, then it'll help you out in the future, you know. Christina says, remember to show some love to the like button and ring the bell. Beautiful conductors and hosts on the KuKi train. Well, we thank you very much for all the support, Christina. Much appreciated, okay? We're going to get to the next 45-minute sprint, by the way, shortly. Livia says, I read 7 from KuKi and I think 5 detours. You know what? It happens. There's so many good things out there, right? It just shows that you're passionate about that, okay? So nothing wrong with that, okay? Well, sometimes we got that train, we derail and we come back. Or you know what? Sometimes the train goes and it stops at a station for a little bit and then it keeps going. So you're just stopping at some stops along the way, okay? Nothing wrong with that, okay? Just keep back on it, okay? All right, y'all. Let's get to this next sprint here. Right here. Where is Molly says LOL. All right, there we go. Okay, so y'all, we have 45 minutes here. 45 minutes, okay? So let's get to some reading. See you in a bit. All done. How did that sprint go for everybody? Let me know. There we go. How did that sprint go? As you can see, I have switched to locations outside enjoying Mother Nature. I see a squirrel and several birds going around picking out things in the yard. So that is that. Trying to get a better angle. I think this might be the better angle. So you're going to be seeing that window in the background there. Yeah. Hold up. Trying to get a better angle here. Looks like teeter-tottering. Yeah. Maybe me holding it might be better. Hold on a sec, y'all. I didn't think this through. All right, there we go. I guess we'll do that for now. So let me know how your sprint went. Look at that. What happens to leftover pieces from fruit leather? I don't know. Hold on, pause. Sorry. Technical difficulties back here. What's going on? Okay, KuKi MAYhem timer is acting up. Okay, found it. Hold on a sec, y'all. I am just setting up the next timer for 45 because, I love a good 45 minutes. 45. There we go. Close enough. All right. So Molly said, it's so easy to get detoured, but I promise to work on the KuKi TBR. A Kingdom Submerged is one of them, so I'll work on it. Okay, there we go. Get some books off the list, okay? I think it's okay to read other books, but you want to definitely concentrate on getting some of those Kindle books off the list since that's the goal there. Sorry for all the moving around, y'all. I'm trying to get some better angles so I'm not like moving and all that stuff. Okay, Molly says, oops, I lied. Wrong mermaid story. Gotta love a good mermaid story, Sexy lady, Kiana says, I only finished one KuKi book. I mean, you try. The whole thing is trying, right? Sometimes things get in the way, or maybe some of these books just aren't what they panned out to be. So, I understand that. I've had a few threes in the mix, but I'm enjoying thus far. So do what you can, okay? Do what you can. We all have those, what they say, those best laid plans, it's always there. Hello, Chris. Welcome. I hope all of you are doing well. We're trying. Hello, Judith. How are you doing, Miss Cake Lover? What's going on? Colleen just woke up from a nap and the head is marginally better. Called in with a migraine this morning. I'm reading The Search by Nora Roberts. Not even sure what the prompts for. I didn't even go based off prompts. I just went and just chose like the first 10 books that I saw and, getting them off the list there. So are you having that migraine though? My solution doesn't always work is just drink some water, and I drink a lot of it. Make sure y'all hydrate, by the way. Hydrate. Take some aspirins and, a hot compress. I have this, it's a face visor or whatnot, and it's you heat it up, and it's supposed to help with migraines. I don't know. I can't say it's worked anytime I've had a headache, but I know migraines are more than just a standard headache. But anything you can throw at it, you know what I'm saying? Double N Jean, hello. How are you doing today? Welcome. You look pretty today. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, Jen. Doing some stuff. Thank you. Alicia got dressed, got some lunch, and finished reading Sunrise on the Reaping. 5 stars. Good job. Okay. I love it. Well, I'm glad you gave it 5 stars. On to the next. Double Jen, my daughter is bringing home food from her orientation at Chili's. Oh, I bet you that's awesome. I love when I know people that work at like restaurants and things like that. Give me some freebies up in this piece. That's always a fun time, That's always good. Okay. Do you know what she's bringing you? I went to Chili's for the first time, like, I think it was like 2 weeks ago. I hadn't been in forever, and I went with a friend, and it was delicious. I was like, man, I've been sleeping on Chili's for a few years. Awesome, awesome. Oh, I hope that your daughter is going to enjoy her new job there, okay, and that it's a good, positive environment for her. Faithful says, everyone who joined in the sprint, hello. I say that as well. Glad your head is getting better. Sounds great, Jen. I miss Chili's. It's been about 12 years since I last had it. Yeah, Chili's is one of those places I don't see very often. And when I do, I just kind of skirt past it. But the menu has definitely gotten better. I will say that compared to when I was there before. And I had like this really big drink. It's like a retro looking drink. Ooh, it's delicious. Yum, yum, yum. Anna says hello to Judith and Jen. And Jen says it's been a minute for me too. Yeah, the food's pretty good, pretty good. Colin said hydration is key. It's been a bit since I've had one. I actually have good luck with ice packs on my head and lying still in the dark. Okay, that works. That works. You got to find what works for you, because what works for one person doesn't work for others. But I always tout hydration because it can't hurt. Can't hurt at all. Starting soon. Okay, that works. I'm happy that she is going to be doing something productive. Making some money is always good, right? Okay, y'all. So here's what we're gonna do, right? So I have my book. I haven't done this in a minute though. On this day in history, a history of the world in 366 days. So what I do is I pick a day today and we see what happened in history. So let's go. So apparently on May 19th in 2018, has it been that long, y'all? That's when Prince Harry and Meghan Markle got married. That has been, what is it, 2005, 25 now. That's been 7 years. I felt like that was like 2 years ago. Crazed, right? But yes, so they got married on this day in 2018. Man, time flies. Apparently in 1780, there was a mysterious darkness that spread across New England and parts of Canada, causing people to light candles at midday, and the cause was never explained. I've never heard of that. So apparently there's a dark day in history in 1780 that caused midday for things to go dark. Interesting. In 1906, through the Alps, a 12-mile Simplon tunnel through the Alps mountains opened, linking Italy and Switzerland. It was the world's longest railroad tunnel until 1982. Wow, 12-mile tunnel through the Alps. Okay, that's cool. It's interesting. Sounds like a lot of work that went into that. Okay, and that was like in primitive technology times. Okay, they probably didn't have those big cranes and stuff like they have now. So that was a lot of hard work. Okay, so born this day was Grace Jones. Y'all remember Grace Jones? Boomerang. Grace Jones is an icon and just stunning. Okay, you got to appreciate her. Whether you like her look or not, you have to appreciate what you see. Just Grace. Okay. 1948, a Jamaican American singer. I did not know she was Jamaican. Okay. So Grace Jones is a Jamaican American singer, songwriter, model, and actor. She is known for a unique style and creative flair. Awesome. Okay. I didn't know she was a songwriter. I briefly remember her being a singer. I just think more of actress. And JoJo Siwa, who I've heard a lot about but never really paid attention to. But 2003, JoJo Siwa was born. She's a YouTube star, U.S. entrepreneur or entertainer, I'm sorry. And the 2020 Time magazine included her in the world's most influential people. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about JoJo. I just know there was something that came out about her sexuality a few years ago. And I know she wears the little ponytail things or whatever with the little flare. And that's about it. So I don't know. And then in 1845, explorer let's rewind. In 1845, explorer Sir John Franklin set sail from Britain with a crew of 128 to find the Northwest Passage in the Arctic. They later perished at sea. I guess they didn't find it. Okay. Should have stayed home. I have an issue with people going out to explore and claim areas that they should just stay home for. In 1910, people passed through the tail of Halley's Comet. I can't speak, y'all. Earth passed through the tail of Halley's Comet during a spectacular close approach, and the comet was photographed for the first time. 1910. What type of telescope was then? Okay. Wow. So Earth passed through Halley's Comet's tail and it was photographed. And apparently in 2020, a global greenhouse gas emissions fell by 17% due to lockdowns to fight the spread of COVID-19. Wow, that's fascinating, y'all. Greenhouse gas emissions was reduced by 17% with COVID because people stayed home. That is so interesting. Wow. 17%. That shows you there's a lot because I don't know. It's something I never thought about, but I just think with the amount of people that stayed home, not that everybody did, because I definitely didn't stay home. I'm in healthcare, so I actually worked more. But with the amount of people in this world that were forced to just stay home, it was only 17%. Huh. Very interesting. Okay. And that is this day in history, y'all. I love this book. Very colorful. Gives a lot of facts and history and also some little known ones. So there we go. There we go. There we go. Let's see where we're at here. Anna says, I look cute. Thank you. Paula is back, had dinner and rested. Ooh, that's always fun. What was yummy, yummy, yummy for dinner? Let us know. Let us know you're going to be reading and stuff. Christina says, hey to Chris, Judith, Colleen, Jen, and Paula. And Christina started working on the June Readathon page. Awesome. Girl, you are a busy, busy person. I appreciate it, though. Letting everybody know all the information and the deets, okay? Paula said hello to Christina as well. Okay, let's get to the next sprint, okay? We may have two more in us. Let's see where it goes, okay? Livia says hello as well. All right, y'all. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And we have 45 minutes on the timer. And hold on, let me see. Let me see where this puts us. Yeah, okay, we'll keep the 45. I like a 45. Okay, y'all. Happy reading. See you in 45. And that was 45 minutes there. How did it go? How did it go? How did it go? Ooh, there we go. I was like, where did I go? No. Okay, so still reading, still reading, still reading. Oh man, I got to about 84% of my book there, so I'm progressing. I have a feeling it is going to end in a cliffhanger because I know it's part of a series. I'm not liking that, but I'm going to still roll with it. I'm enjoying the book. Um, I like it when I don't mind reading a book in a series if they're standalones individually. I thought this was that, so we shall see what it turns out. Oops, sorry, to be once I get through with that. So let me know how y'all are progressing through your reads, okay? Everybody's saying hello to each other. What is wrong with my mouse here? Livia said, hi, Anna. I read 5 chapters of Malice and liking it. Okay, we got a few people reading Malice in the house, so I'm hoping y'all enjoyed it. It all pans out a little bit at a time because I know it's a big book. Jen says hello as well. Paula says hello. Awesome. Jen says color is amazing on, what is up with my mouse? I feel like things are not clicking. Color is amazing on her right, Anna. Are we talking about me? I do like pink. Not my favorite color, but I do like pink. But good colors. I like color in general. Jude Readathon, you say, God, did I miss a comment over here? Sorry, just going back. Where is my thing? All right. So June Readathon. Oh yes, that's a who is hosting Readathon? Is that I'd rather be read. Is that Katie? Is that her Readathon? Molly says, I followed up on the story. The good news is he is now free, but she certainly milked it. Oh, okay. So we're talking about the Walmart story with the guy that was accused of attempted kidnapping of the kid. Yes. Totally ridiculous, right? Like, if you look at the video, I mean, granted, you don't have sound, but just all of it together, you're like, what? What? I don't get it. And I heard they were holding him without bail for a minute. So, but it's just a disruption. I feel like it's almost just one of those threatening tactics people use. So I'm glad that you looked up for it. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Annette, how are you doing? Just got home from work. I'm going to grab a drink and some of the leftover salad from yesterday and my Kindle. Ooh, sounds like a plan. I like that. I like that. Let us know what you're going to be reading with all that and what your drink is too. Hey, Jess, currently waking up, but going to be reading Fire Love, a true crime story about a wannabe cop who ended up in fire and emergency catching arsonists. Okay, that sounds interesting. You know what? He is still protecting and serving. Okay. I remember a story I read a few years ago. It was, a newspaper article, whatever. Apparently, there was a firefighter going around, I think it was in California or something, setting fires. There were all these fires going around, and, it was him. It's very hilarious because they would put out one fire and then another fire would start like right next to him. And it was one of the firefighters just, setting fires. I'm like, dude, are you just trying to keep yourself in business or you just got problems? Interesting. By the way, Jess, I did send you an IG message. So go ahead and check that out. Okay. Livia says hello. My mouse is trying to do its own thing, y'all. Okay. Livia says hello to Jess. Everybody say hi. Ow. I'm having mouse issues, y'all. I don't know why it's doing its own thing. Alicia says, I got some Hello Panda snacks and got a few things cleaned up. Also read about 20 pages of Secrets of Adulthood by Gretchen Rubin. Is that a nonfiction? Because I could use some, I probably know some of those secrets. They probably aren't good. Let us know what that is about, okay? I haven't had panda snacks in a minute, if I'm thinking of they're correct, Are those jelly things? Olivia says, I clean the kitchen and watch booktube. Okay, that sounds like a good time. Sounds like a good time and productive too. Molly is 10% in the KuKi book of Song and Tide. Never heard of that, of Song and Tide. Is it good? Is that part of a series? I feel like so many books these days are part of a series. It's kind of annoying. Okay, it's Donna. Okay. Read it then. Click, click, click. Read it then is Donna. Sorry, y'all. My mouse is like keeps moving around for some reason. Donna does Readathon, but that was actually a typo. It was supposed to be Thon. We got you. We got you. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Nope, people all said Donna. Yep. Colleen read a couple of chapters and made a peanut butter sandwich. Ooh, that sounds yummy. I haven't had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in a long time. At work, they keep these, what do they call them, Uncrustables or Crustables or whatever in the fridge for patients. I don't eat the food at the hospital. I feel like it's just very easy to go and snack because they keep a lot of good snacks. A previous hospital I used to work at, you could only get like graham crackers and like saltine crackers at night. And well, there's pudding and juices, right? So you get puddings, juices, jello, and then saltine crackers and graham crackers. But at my current hospital, y'all, they keep like little tubs of ice cream. They keep like noodles, like the cup of noodles, the Crustables. What else do they keep? I opened up a cabinet, cereals, like those little cereals. I'm just like, ooh, I would be eating all day here. So I try to stick to what I brought with me. But ooh, a peanut butter sandwich sounds so good right about now. Gotta have some jelly though. Do you do jelly or just the peanut butter? Good protein in there for sure. Annette says drinking some pink lemonade, yum, 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 and reading Beauty and the Beast retelling Enchant by Demelza Carlton. I have never heard of that, but I enjoy Beauty and the Beast as a story. Naked Bunt Cake pics in the Discord. Ooh, a naked cake. Let's see that. I like cake. Okay, y'all, let's go to gotta take a second to go to the Discord here, y'all. I had a snack, by the way. It was, where am I here? There's go. I had a snack. It was carrots, a few little hot chips, and some dips. So not like super exciting, but it got the job done. You know what I'm saying? Where is the food? Where is the food porn, y'all? Where? Oh, here we go. What are you eating? I see a mall has some pineapples. Cranieri has sausage, rice, and vegetable. Let me go all the way to the bottom. Ooh, out the pan. Okay. Pretty lemon bundt cake for my mom. Yummy, yummy, yummy. It looks almost like a cookie crust at the top. It's all the money shot is always when you flip it over. I always get nervous because there's always something that sticks and it pisses me off so bad because I always use, even with those nonstick pans, I still always spray it in some oil or Pam or something for stickiness. And it's always something that gets stuck. And I'm like, really? Can I just make it pretty? Yours is very pretty, okay? Pepperoni ravioli. Courtesy of the fact that no one in my neighbor's house will eat leftovers. I will take that for the win. Ooh, Glinda. Yum, yum, yum. Looks like a healthy food. Ooh, Kiana has the boiling crab. Okay. Gimba, my daughter made. Nom nom. Y'all all eating good. Everybody eating better than me. Okay, let me get out of here. Y'all making me hungry. Okay. Yum, yum, yum. Sounds delicious. I like it. It came out well. Okay. What I like about it when you leave it plain is that you can always drizzle something on it if you want to. You can control your calorie count. So Annette says hello to Molly and Lydia. And Molly says, not part of a series, but it's a great YA mermaid story. Okay, that's awesome. You gotta love a mermaid story, right? Hello Panda is like a cookie with chocolate cream on the inside. Oh, well, I don't know the panda thing then. Okay, I'm thinking of like these little bitty, I think they're like Korean snacks or something. Well, that sounds even better, Alicia. So I will take this Hello Panda for the win. Okay, it sounds delicious. Like you can have some milk or tea with it. Pink lemonade is always good. Nothing wrong with that one. Okay. Molly says Uncrustables are a guilty pleasure for me. I eat them partially frozen. Love the strawberry the best. You know what? I've only had an Uncrustable once in my life. I don't know. Peanut butter and jelly is a lot of calorie counts to me, so very rarely do I have it. And Uncrustables are expensive, so I don't know. I just generally tend not to, but I love a good peanut butter and jelly. I will say that. If I get really hungry or one of those days where I, didn't cook, then it's nice to know where the food is. So I like to know it for my own, sanity in case I need it. Because a lot of days when I work, especially now since my work days are all screwed up for the next couple of weeks, I generally will take some things out and then have my husband cook it while I'm sleeping during the day because he's up. And he's been doing a pretty good job. I make it very simple meals, but just in case he forgets or something and I need some food, it's nice to know I can go for an Uncrustable at 2 a.m. You know what I'm saying? Alicia says Uncrustables are good. They have PB and J, PB and what's H, and a Nutella version. Huh. Okay, I'm learning something new. I always thought it was just PB and J. So what's PB and H? And Nutella, is it Nutella with jelly or is it just Nutella? Let me know. Let me know. Christina says, no, not Donna's Readathon. That is every other month, I believe. I'm working on the June Readathon page for the sprint spreadsheet. Oh, see, I'm all over the place then. Okay, I'm going to let you do your thing. Y'all, Christina is the expert, not me. Refer to the spreadsheet. Save that link for all the Readathons you're participating in. Like I said before, you have boot camp Readathon I'm hosting for next month. So check out my channel. It'll be the last video that I have posted. Check it out. Check it out. Christina says Readathon is this month, so I don't. It will be next month. Okay. Okay. There we go. Yes, that butt cake does indeed look delicious. Okay. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Yeah, it was a bit sticky to the pan, and I was like, no. Yeah, I know. It's like, no, all my hard work. I planned this. The last thing you want is not to fail in the end. That really pisses you off, right? The idea that you put in all that work and then it just kind of crumbles towards the end. Oh, that burns me up. It really does. It's like, no, 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 no. So, but it happens. It happens sometimes. It happens. It's just, ugh. But you know what? Here's the thing. If you're icing a cake, it having some parts fall off, you can kind of correct, put an icing, make a decoration, do something like that. It's when you're not, but I don't care as much. I mean, it's more of a self pride for me. But if it's just me and my husband, yeah, I'm a bit disappointed, but that's fine because we'll eat it crumbled or not. But if I'm making it for like an event or something, I want it to be perfect, I don't want to have to explain with a disclaimer because it happens. Things happen, but it's like, no. Christina says May's Readathon page is still on there too. It will be till the end of May. Hey, you have plenty of time, y'all. If y'all want to take a look at other readathons and participate, stay with KuKi. Always stay with KuKi. But, there is still time to join readathons. And if this is your first time here, thank you very much for attending. For sure, come back, come back. You have the KuKi MAYhem Readathon logo. You will see 24-hour sprint. Plenty of time to join any of the reading sprints and to join KuKi. Okay, so still time for that too if you're just, looking. Molly called my mom and told there was no cake, and I showed her why. She was so upset. Hold up. You told her there was no cake, and I showed her why. Oh, no. Well, there you go. There you go. She'll be happy. It looks cool, too. Colleen says, my jelly had gone bad, so just the peanut butter. Nothing wrong with that. That's the healthiest portion, actually, of it. So nothing wrong with that. And it's fulfilling, too. Molly said, thank you so much to Annette. I hope it tastes good. It's going to be awesome. The hospital that I work at has lousy food. We keep our own snacks up in the pharmacy and order out a couple of times a week. Oh, well, I will say that, yes, I think back in the day, hospital foods used to be nuts. But I think for the most part, at all the hospitals I've worked in, the food has been great. Some better than others, of course, and you got to catch it fresh. Generally, it's lack of options that kind of makes it sucky. And that's for I'm talking about as far as with like downstairs. I'm looking at some rabbits playing out in the yard, y'all. But lack of options can definitely deter you. And that's down in the cafeteria where you can get food. This hospital has a lot of options compared to other places I've been. But as far as with like the patient food is what I'm talking about. So technically we're not supposed to be eating it, but things happen, so I like that they provide all of those things for the patients. And we can take a little vibe if we need to. But I try to stay out of that because it can just get out of control, food galore. At my other hospital, I used to, at the end of like every other shift, I would take a ginger ale, like a diet ginger ale, and I would water it down. It was almost like my reward for work. But I'm trying to not get into that habit. I'm trying to be better. Bring what I'm going to eat, But yes, a lot of people order out. I have a friend, well, a coworker that she does like DoorDash and stuff like every other shift. So it's so funny though, because she did a DoorDash order like 2-3 weeks ago for a bubble tea, and they didn't put the bubble in it. I was so pissed for her because that has happened to me, and I've gone and picked it up. Like you order something that says it's a bubble tea, but you would think if it says, "Hey, this is a chocolate milk bubble tea," you think they would put bubble, but no, you had to tell them it was bubble. They didn't put anything in it. I'm like, why would I come here and not get the bubble? Pisses you off, Yeah. DoorDash and a bubble tea, just one bubble tea too. That was it. I didn't get that either, but not me. Oh, PB and honey. Ooh, that is delicious too. Oh my gosh, so good, so good, so good, so good, so good. Yum, yum, yum. You ever have a peanut butter sandwich? Which to me, when I do a peanut butter sandwich, is normally just one slice of bread with just peanut butter on top, and then you just drizzle the honey. Oh my gosh, that is one thing I do take from work though. Honey packets. I will take those and just eat those by themselves sometimes. Yum, yum, yum. Christina, Kiwi says to Christina, do you have a link for a bootcamp readathon announcement? She has been listing it, and I listed it as well. Yep. And I think I see it coming down. Molly says, I've been watching 24/7 live stream of a 9-year cheetah and her first litter for babies. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. I saw one for a panda a while back. It's very interesting how they give birth. Just dangerous, y'all. Here's the boot camp. There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you. Y'all were on it, okay? Molly says you can see in the first pic that the bottom looks wrecked, but who cares? It's the bottom. It's fine. It is totally fine. Totally fine. Another thing that would be really cool is just drizzling some honey on top. I don't know if you plan to just eat it plain, which is totally fine too. But drizzling just some honey, so good. You know what I like to do? This is what my mom used to do back in the day. She would take like fruit, like canned fruit, like pineapple and stuff like that, heat it up, or cherries work really well, and heat it up like on the stove, and then drizzle that all over the cake, and those juices seep into the bundt cake. That was my favorite when she did that, because most of the time she didn't do like an icing, like a thick birthday cake icing. It would be some sort of, what do they call that? A compote? I don't think so. But anyway, just a drizzle of like fruit juices with the fruit or whatever on top. And so it makes it spongy. Oh, delicious. See, that's childhood, y'all. Here's KuKi. There we go. There we go. Click on that. Find the details. Annette says, this is my first readathon and I'm loving it. Talk about starting strong. All you guys are amazing with the work you put in. You know what? We try to make it enjoyable, but you know what? We go hard for our books, and we want you to do that too, okay? But it's a good time. Okay, we enjoy being readers. We are not like, that's one thing about booktube. I mean, we're all readers. Some of us, more than others, but we're avid readers. It's not like it's an occasional book every now and then. Like, it's a concentrated effort. Like, I have coworkers that are readers, which I thoroughly enjoy, that I can speak to them about books, but it's on a different level with them than with me being part of booktube. Like, they're like, oh, when I get a chance, I'll read a book. And they'll read a book and it takes them 2-3 weeks. In booktube world, we don't really take that long. It can, but I'm not going to sit on a 300-page book for more than a week. Like, something has to be going on for me to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different ball game, But we're here for however you read, however, what you read, how much you read, it's about support. Okay. But we always have some books out there for us. Okay. Thank you very much. Most welcome. Molly says, I couldn't believe it when they said there would be sprints 24/7. It's been amazing. You know what? I will say this. The 24/7, this is like the second or third readathon I think I've been in. They've done 24/7, and Koda and Nicole are just amazing with that. Okay. I can't fathom how to put all that together. I don't even have the time, truthfully, to kind of do the train. I don't know how they do it, where it redirects to the next sprint. It's awesome. I commend them. They're great resources. I bow down to them. Okay. They do a great job. Okay. And I thoroughly enjoy it. Like, there's always sprints 24/7 around YouTube. Okay. I will say that you type in reading sprints live, somebody always pops up because everybody's in different time zones. And I drop in randomly to different sprints, but I do enjoy for the readathons that I'm participating in, and people I know. And generally, when I'm participating in a readathon, I'm familiar with the host. I've been around their channels. So it's nice to have that familiar face anytime that I want to go ahead and drop into a reading sprint. Like, I know it's there. It doesn't have to be all the time, but I'm just saying that it's nice to know that somebody I know specifically is there. So that's really cool. It's like a friend or one hug anytime. So good times. I will say boot camp readathon probably will not be 24/7, but we have quite a number of hosts. So lots of time slots. There will be a lot of sprints. We're still working out the details, but it'll be around. Molly says, and then you call for a refund and they ask, do you want a DoorDash credit? No, they messed it up. Give me back my money. Oh, man. Yeah. Y'all. I'm telling you, food delivery is not where it's at for me. I can't relate, y'all. I can't. Although I did see, I think it was an IG or YouTube short or something, where there was a lady that ordered through, I don't know. There's different, like Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, blah, 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 right? There's a new one popping up every day. But there was a lady that had delivered food to somebody, right? And she had left a little nasty gram note because the lady didn't tip on the app. And if you're one of those people, by the way, that are used to everything being electronic, there's a lot of people that still dabble in cash. I try my best to dabble in cash for tips, because my friend was telling me that, a lot of times the server can just give it to themselves and all this stuff. So, but she thought that the lady didn't tip and left a nastygram in the bag. So when the lady opened the door, she immediately had cash in hand to give to the lady. And the lady was like, you saved that in advance. I'm sorry. And the girl's like, what are you talking about? She was like, I'm sorry you saved that. You saved the tip. And then she opened the bag and, of course, posted online. The lady left a nastygram about not tipping. You shouldn't assume, because now this lady lost out on the tip that she wanted because she left a nastygram in advance. So anyway, that has nothing to do with the credit thing. I just wanted to tell that story. But yes, I don't want a credit. I want my food. I don't really like when people mess up stuff. Like, you can fix it, but now I got to wait if you fix it correctly. But if you didn't get it right the first time, I don't want to trust you to do it the second time. And I'm hungry, but I'll take my money back. You know what I'm saying? Kiwi says celery stick and peanut butter crunchy, drizzle of honey. I don't know about all those. I'm not a fan of celery, y'all. But the peanut butter and honey is good. Celery just is the stringiness. It doesn't get me. The only time, truthfully, that I dick around with celery is when I'm doing like buffalo wings or something like that, you know. But otherwise, celery is, yeah, stay away from it. But you know what? Celery has negative calories. So if you want to think of it that way, celery is very healthy because you expend, I think, like 1 or 2 calories eating celery, and they have no calories themselves. So it's negative. So you want to lose some weight for real, just go on a celery diet. I wouldn't recommend it, but go ahead with your bad self. I'll just take the honey and peanut butter. Kiwi said, excuse me while I go wipe my mouth. Excuse me. Fruit on top. I like that idea. Yeah, it's a good idea. But my mom always used like canned stuff, but you can make it yourself. But you know what's really good? Take like some pineapple and like canned pineapple with the juice. And then put that in a simmer pot. It don't have to be that long. You're just basically heating it up. But saute that and put in honey inside of that. And make sure you cut the pineapple pieces up. And then put all of that. Make sure the juices seep into the cake. But put all of that on it. Oh my gosh. We're going to talk about so many things. So many things. Or you can just put some whipped cream on top. Now, you got choices. Sharon, right? Sharon. He said, yeah, Nick, KuKi is a great way to start. No pressure unless you want it. Great community in the sprint train. That is true. That is true. Okay. I think KuKi was put together very well. I have no complaints, and I am happy that I was asked to be a part of it. Okay. So, KuKi. Kiwi says it'll be the second. The first was NetGalley November, and I think the Koda is the only pair that have organized it so far. Oh yes, I definitely remember NetGalley November. Yes, okay, it's the second. Yep, done very well. It's. I think it's expounded upon past readathons, and I think it's a good blueprint for readathons. Actually, I feel like a lot of the readathons that I've been seeing in the last year alone by different channels have completely continued to expand upon. And I think this one is the ultimate one that has been expanded upon, prior stuff, like with common graphics and stuff like that. I really like that idea a lot. That was something I was thinking of, but didn't really know kind of how much work it would go into. And then I saw Amazing Readathon do that. Was it Amazing Readathon? Yeah, Amazing Readathon do that last year. Or was it this year with the tickets? And I was like, okay, that's definitely a good way to go. And I've been seeing a few readathons do that. So that's one of the reasons I did it. But yeah, well done, well done. You got to have people that are knowledgeable and have the time. I wish I did. I can't say I do, but definitely, well done. And it's a good readathon because a lot of us have ebooks, unless you're not an ebook reader. A lot of us have ebooks that we definitely, want to get off our list there. So I think it definitely works in everybody's favor in order to, get some stuff done. So I'm not mad at it at all. Okay. I will always do something if it's get some Kindle books off there, knock them up and, put them up and knock them down, Kelly said but there isn't people spending 24/7. I search, almost can't do anything without the buddy doubling. Without the buddy doubling. Oh, you're talking about finding somebody to sprint. Generally, I find somebody. It's not always somebody that I know. And I think sometimes your algorithm needs to pop up. I will say there are times, I won't say it's foolproof, but I will say for the most part, I do find somebody if I type in reading sprints. But sometimes it's people I'm not really familiar with, or sometimes there's those little study timer things that go off. I don't like those chat rooms with like 100 people in it. I like something more personable. But It's better when you're part of a readathon. I will say that. I prefer to be part of a readathon with like a readathon that I'm participating in with a sprint, whether it's 24/7 or not. That's my preference of if I'm looking to sprint, I look for is anybody from a readathon that I'm participating in. And that's what I like about readathons. But anybody from a readathon that I'm participating in to sprint. Because I'll sprint hop, y'all, my friends, show some love. And then if I'm sitting down settling, I will definitely settle on the readathon I'm participating in. But if I'm not participating in a readathon or they're not active, then I definitely go to like a friends or buddies channel that I know, you know. But BookTube is great. We're great. We're awesome. All of us, awesome people. Y'all are great. That's great. Kudos. I congratulate y'all. Give yourself a pat on the back for being here and for reading some good books, okay? The community is really friendly and welcome. Definitely, definitely is, okay? Got to find your group, though. I will say that. Sometimes it takes a while. I was on BookTube for like, I don't know, like maybe a year before I really kind of gotten to where it might even been a year and a half, truthfully. I'll say a year before I kind of got into a groove of kind of where I wanted to be kind of and felt comfortable. So maybe it was more me. But I will say it took me about 6 months to get anybody to even notice who I was. And I was pretty active. I've been pretty active my entire time. I'm less active than I used to be before, but I'm more particular about where I go. But it took me about 6 months before I felt like anybody knew who I was. So, I mean, as far as with welcoming, I mean, I wasn't ostracized, but I wouldn't say I had like a huge, like, hey, but I don't think I was putting my efforts towards where I was being received. So let's just say that. But yeah, very good community though. I like it. That's why it's amazing when the Koda is doing a month like this. I get so much more done. You do, and you get that support in that as well. Yep. Christina said it's the second readathon to do the sprint train. The first, yep, there we go. Yep, Nakoda. So Nakoda is the blueprint for 24/7, and they know how to do it, which is nice. Okay, get on board. There we go. There's the sprint train. Yep, and Jessica is going to be in an hour. So we are going to do a sprint shortly. It won't be super long because I need to get out of here by 3:55. So we're 55 minutes, okay? And this train will automatically send you to Miss Jess's channel, okay? If not, you have the link right here, okay? And there is the there we go, readathon information, okay? And it's Dee Dee. Hello, Miss Lady. How you doing? When I was a candy striper in the 80s, I was in high school. The food in the hospital was really good. I think it definitely depends on the hospital you go to. But I will say there is always something to eat that is good in the hospital. You just got to find it, okay? I think hospital food overall has gotten so much better. I know in the last 3 hospitals I worked in, you call in your order. If you don't, then unless you have a special diet, they will call you. It's like a la carte, like a room service menu. You can even do it on your TV, like on the cruise ship. So definitely has come a long way. Okay, long way. And by the way, I thank you for your service as a candy striper. I did that briefly. It was pretty fun. You get to see some stuff. I tell you that. Sharing is definitely caring, depending on what you are sharing. Okay, not everything is meant to be shared or that you want to share. Okay. Christina says, show some love to the like button. Much appreciated. Ring the bell and have beautiful conductors on the KuKi train. Awesome. Colleen says the bigger hospitals have good food. I work at a smaller regional hospital, and not only is the food not very good, it's expensive. It's easier and cheaper to bring from home. Always easier and cheaper to bring from home. I will say that. Okay. I think eating out, whether it's hospital or otherwise, is if you're trying to maintain like healthier habits and stuff, it's probably not the best because you have so many options. But I think bigger hospitals have bigger budgets and personnel, so they have more access to variety. I think that speaks volumes of, yeah, you have food, but do I want that? You know, type thing. But I get you on that one. I like variety and more options for sure. My current read has been sitting on my Kindle graveyard since 2018. Okay, Annette, what is that? Let us know. Are you? I'm glad you're getting that off the list. Okay, it needs some love. And Dee Dee is lovely. We're happy to have her and for you. Okay, thank you for coming over. You've been a very big help, by the way, through this readathon too. Good supporter as well. Okay. Christina says, you're right, Kelly. There's not always a sprint going, but close. And if you look on the Bible and check out the ones that start earlier, they may still be going. And we try to get author to craft study. Tons of options there. Tons there. Yep. Faithful Duel says, I'll be off to swimming during this sprint, so I shall be seeing you on the next train. Good luck with the swim. Hold your breath. Yeah, I don't float very well, but I try. Good exercise for the body, y'all. Okay. Hospital food in my town was the best I've had so far. Hey, you can't go wrong with that ice cream and jello, y'all. Okay. Don't sleep on that. Them saltines be getting you through. Okay. I'm telling you, my stomach get nauseous. I have a pack of saltines. Good to go. Christina says the only hospital I've been to where I could stomach the food was a children's hospital. Yeah, cesspools. Colleen says, I would agree with you that bigger hospitals, bigger budget. My mom's having a procedures this week at one of the bigger ones, so I'll be eating there one day. Just make sure you wash your hands, y'all. Sanitize and wash your hands whenever you touch a surface, okay? I'm just saying. Definitely enjoy your swim, okay? I may go pass by my pool later too out here. We shall see. I finally got the community code. Okay, y'all, let's see. I got a 35 queued up. That should give us enough time to get something done and then quickly get out of here, okay? Annette purchased Enchant by Oh, yeah, you did say that. I'm almost 40% now thanks to KuKi. Well, I am glad we are able to help you get through this book because it needs some love. And I'm hoping you're enjoying it and it's going to be a good time and it all pans out and it's worth the wait from 2018. So, like, what is that? 7 years. That book has just been wanting to be read. Okay. So I'm glad you got to it. Okay. Okay, y'all. This is the last sprint. Y'all make this bad boy count. Okay. Happy reading. I'll see y'all in 35 and some change. Sounds like a video game. Sounds like a video game. And that was the sprint. Let me get this off the screen here. That was the sprint. How did that, where was this? How did that sprint go for everybody? Hopefully you got some good reading in. Anybody finish a book? Let us know, besides the one that we had earlier. Miss Alicia holding it down. Okay, let me see here. Cursor jumping all over the place. That was the last sprint, so I appreciate everybody coming in the KuKi train. We got Miss Jessica and this Kiwi who is going to be next, okay? We're going to get out of here on time, okay? Okay, Jess said I did some filming in that sprint, and now River is snuggling up and keep licking my hand. Just showing mommy some love. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Nothing wrong with that. Ooh, what happened? Sorry. I think Paula's sprint pulled up in the background here and heard a noise there. Okay, sorry. My cursor's going all over the place. Thank you very much, Chris, for coming by. Much appreciated. Cherie made it to 40% and finished up the workday. I'm all about that. That's always good. Productivity. Colleen says, thanks for hosting 50%. Ooh, half done. I like that. Okay, keep going, keep going. I got to about 90% of my book, so I'm going to try to finish it today. I got a few things I have to do, but I have plenty of day to finish it. If not, then I definitely have tonight because I will definitely be up till at least 2 a.m. So Molly got distracted by cheetah cubs. Hey, you're looking at mom and pets, right? Or mom and kiddos, right? Cake decorating videos and mermaid ASMR. So 5% more to read. Okay, there we go. There we go. You know, you're getting in there, any percent count, okay? You're going for your mental health. So nothing wrong with that. Sometimes watching those videos helps you. Thank you very much, Molly, for coming by. Thank you all. It's been a lovely day, lovely time. Much appreciated. I've gotten some stuff done and I'm still in good spirits for running on an hour and a half of sleep. Okay, so keep the KuKi train going. I hope that y'all continue to progress through those books. Make sure you go through the Discord. Make sure you post the pics. Let us know what you're doing, what you're eating, what you're crafting, how you doing just in general. We'd love to hear from you. Like I said, boot camp readathon. I would love to have you next month. It's going to be a fun time and get you moving and active a little bit more. Okay, so I showed the fam the boot camp announcement. Oh, the boot camp announcement is pretty funny, y'all. Okay, just go ahead and take a look at it, especially the beginning. I worked really hard. It took a lot of time trying to coordinate it together, and it's supposed to be crazed. If you went to boot camp and you were there the first day or first week, you'll know what I'm talking about. But it's a fun time. Okay. So I hope they enjoyed it and maybe participate as well. Okay. Thanks for hosting this leg. Yeah. Thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. The station, why is this not? There we go. Sorry. This part of the station is about to close and we're going to go head over to Jessa's station and sow some love over there. Okay. So I will see y'all later. Y'all have a beautiful and blessed day as always, and stay cool, stay calm.